Hello and welcome to Q&A Friday. I think it still needs work. Maybe that little jingle. Oh. This is Let Me Bore You to Sleep. My name's Jason Newland. Thank you for listening. I got so much to tell you. But at the same time, I'm here to do the Q&A Friday. I've got questions to answer, but there's so much to tell you. Have a drink of water. I discovered a way of feeling warm inside. Go outside. I literally just done that. I was cold in here. Went outside, or went into the hallway talking to a neighbour, which is pretty much like being outside. Come inside, and now it's warm. And I got the window open. Oh man, it's been a busy day. The busiest day I've had in weeks. And I could do a whole podcast about that, but unfortunately I can't really go into detail because it's a Q&A Friday. Oh. Right, before okay, I'll talk to you while I have to do this, because there's something I have to do while I'm talking to you. So basically what's happened is my neighbour having issues with the bathroom and stuff. So the council have been coming and going, and I've been getting involved because I was down as his, I don't know, contact, if they couldn't contact him. Kind of like next to kin, but not really. Kind of from a council perspective. So, like I was with my friend downstairs, I was his next to kin when it came to his probation and like banks and stuff like that. He always had me down as like a person to contact in the event of, and like council stuff and a mental health team. But when it came to doctors or emergencies, he had his parents down. But because I was the closest to him, like in physicality, because if they couldn't get hold of him, they could phone me and I could take the phone down to his flat, but no one else could do that really. So yeah, and I'm kind of the same with my other neighbour now, who's opposite me. He's nearly 80, and please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. I don't know if I've said that or not. It's been hectic pretty much all week. There's a lot there's a lot involved, and I can't really talk about it because it's personal to him, but it's been hectic, and it looks like it's on its way to being resolved. Oh, I've just got gas. The thing about it is he's a bit like I am, in a sense of, well, I guess like a lot of people are. You don't want people in your home that you've not invited in, if it's not your friends or your family or someone that you want to be there. I'm not sure anyone particularly wants a stranger just coming in and poking around and looking around and making notes and whatever. Even if it's like something you need doing, or something that I need doing, like Windows being fixed, which I had done last week. I needed the windows fixed, but I didn't really want people coming in because I knew that, well, I felt that I needed to have a big clean and tidy and stuff. Just out of... It's not that I'm house proud. No one's ever going to accuse me of that. But there's a little bit of embarrassment of not being... I don't know. It's about perception, I guess. Anyway, Anyway, I mean, the reason I had a kitchen window that was falling off. It wasn't dangerously falling off, but it was pretty much open for the last probably couple of years. And it didn't bother me because I don't hardly go in the kitchen other than doing the washing up, bit of cooking. I don't spend a lot of time in there. In the summer, it doesn't really bother me. If I'm doing the washing up, it's very quick, just to get some breakfast cereal. If I'm cooking, it heats the kitchen up anyway. So it's kind of like one of those things. I never have the heating on in the kitchen. I mean, if I do something in the microwave, I can't leave it in the kitchen for long because it's cold before I get into the living room. It's that cold sometimes. However, because the council are now looking at fixing people's windows and putting in new windows, and they're doing this whole refurb kind of thing, they've got an auditor coming around. I don't know when, probably next year, early next year, and they're going to look at everything and see how the radiators are, how the windows are, the kitchen, the bathroom, the walls, the plumbing, the electrics. Are going to be looking at everything to see, make sure there's no mould or anything like that, which there isn't in this flat. I'm very lucky. I had that in the past, and I don't want to go back to that. So I know I'm going to have to get this place nice and tidy before they come. Although the reality is, no matter how messy this place might be, it's nothing compared to what they've seen. You know, they're always going to have seen worse. It doesn't mean that's a good thing. But yeah, it's not that bad. I've just got I'm not a house proud person. I never have been, really. I'm messy. I'm a messy person. I'm not necessarily dirty. I'm just messy. And I've got everything everywhere, and all my documents are all over the place. If there's a flat surface, I have to fill it. Just like if there was a flat surface, Andre used to have to knock stuff off. That was and I'm the opposite. I have to put stuff on there. So that's why we had a kind of a yin-yang relationship. So now he hasn't got a toilet seat. So my neighbour, so I have to get him a toilet seat. Well, I don't have to, but I said I would get him a toilet seat. So I need to look. Hopefully they're not too expensive. I'm looking at maybe getting a toilet seat. So just to let you know, my website's jasonnewland.com. I put in toilet seat, right? Morrison's, no. All departments. Here we go. You're joking me. I thought they'd be cheap. They're not cheap. The cheapest ones, well, one at $9.95. But we were looking to get him a wooden one. It's like £40. I promised him I'd get him a wooden one. Oh, I found one that was $34.99, but it's $17.50. Because I'm going to buy it for him. I'm not going to ask him for any money. There's a smart toilet seat cover, £256 and 1 pence. What? What? I don't understand it. It's very confusing. So yeah, I think I'll get him the. Blimey, they go up to like £99, £30, £50. But I would generally, if I was going to buy one now, I'm still using the one I got when I moved in, I think. If I was going to buy one now, I'd just like the idea of sharing with the last person that lived there. It makes me feel cosy inside. If I was going to get one now, I'd get a wooden one, I think. think I want to get that one. I'm going to arrive before Christmas, free delivery Sunday the 15th. No, I want it delivered tomorrow. I want it delivered tomorrow. Oh well, it's going to be Sunday then. Oh. And also need to get him a ring, a doorbell, a wireless one, so so the bell can just be stuck to his front door or to the side of his door, and the bell part, the ring bit, can be in his the doorbell bit, the one that goes or whatever, can be in his living room because he doesn't hear the front door when it's knocked. So I'm going to look at getting that as well. I'll do that while I'm on the phone. While I'm talking to you. What is this? Cartoon rabbit head soft EVA sticky toilet seat iPad. iPad? No, pad. I was going to say iPad. And then you got toilet lid lifter. Cute silicone handle for lifting toilet seats. Wow, I lift my toilet seat with my foot. I do. I never touch the toilet seat with my fingers. In fact, I would wipe my bum with my foot if I could. But fortunately, if I was able to do that, I think I could make a lot of money. I'd be the most flexible human being on the planet, I think. And some would say, well, don't use toilet roll, which is grim. Don't say stuff like that. Oh, soft toilet seat cushion, washable and comfortable. Ugh. Toilet seat cover pads, reusable. You know what? That sounds quite comfy, but it looks a bit like carpet, like sitting on a carpet with a hole in it. That's the kind of material it looks like. I've never looked at a carpet and thought, I wish I had that on the toilet seat. I think I'm going to go for the other one. Toilet seat covers. I didn't realise there were so many different things to choose from. I really didn't. So it's got loads of high, but elegant toilet seat. Wow. Okay. The problem is I'm probably going to have to put it in as well. And I don't like touching toilets. I don't like touching my own toilet. I'll try and get some maybe little gloves or something. I'm not great at DIY. Is not my thing, really. It's not my speciality. So yeah, my website's pretty good now. Quite happy with it. There is, where is it? This week, you might be wondering, where your podcasts been this week, JJ? Where they been? How come you not made any recordings since Sunday? Three reasons. First reason was I didn't really feel too great at the beginning of the week. I managed to do Sunday's one, and then I wasn't feeling good over the weekend, and I needed a couple of days after that. And then I've been dealing with my neighbour, and that's been a bit full on. It exhausts me when I was dealing with quite a few different people and just trying to help, really. Not sure how much I was helping. And that seemed to go on like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Monday, I pretty much was in bed all day, I think. Today, I've been out. I was out for between 12 and 3. 5:30 or something. So I was out for about 3.5 hours. Went and had lunch with a friend, which is something that I rarely do. I actually went out of my village on a bus because I had to collect my bus pass letter because I've been waiting for it since the 12th of September. So originally we was going to go around the corner. Well, we did go around the corner. We were going to go to have a Christmas dinner because she's Vinny's mum. She's my friend who I got Vinny from. And the reason she had to give him up is because he bit her on the face. And she had grandkids, little kids, so she was worried that he was going to do that to them. So she didn't really have a lot of choice, I don't think. But she still sees him, and he absolutely adores her. I'm talking kind of... I'll give you an example. I left here, went out, left here just after 12 o'clock, midday, came back probably 3:30. We come in. I come in first, she comes in next. Vinny ignores me. All over her. Follows her into the living room. Just climbing all over her, so excited. So I'm at the front door, just taking my coat off, taking my hat off. You know, looking in the mirror, admiring my hair. Actually, I didn't have a hat on. Yeah, that's why I was admiring my hair. Because I'd done it, I'd styled it today. And it looked how it looks. I don't know. And eventually he came out to say hello to me. And it was like, oh, hi. And then he ran off again. So I think he'd realised that he hadn't said hello to me. He'd like, oh, I forgot Daddy. And he came and he thought, oh, never mind. And he left. He went back in the living room and was all over her. He's a little monkey. Yes, he is. Yes, you are. You're a little monkey. And I was absolutely knackered when I got back. As well as the fact that I went out knowing that I was going to literally just be round the corner. All I had was a t-shirt on, over, and I had a jacket, but a t-shirt underneath. Normally I have a cardigan underneath because it's the winter. I figured I'm only going around the corner. I'll take my jacket off when I sit down, and I won't need a jumper on or a cardigan or anything like that when I was inside. We get there into the restaurant bit, and the kitchen was closed due, they said, to a power cut. My friend was reading the sign. Who was inside. She said, "There's a power cut." I said, "What do you mean?" And she read it, but she read it backwards because the sign was on the outside, and she actually read it backwards to me. Well, she was reading it backwards but forwards, you know, because she was looking at the behind the poster that had the writing on. I said, "Why don't you just open the door and look?" She said, "No, I can read it." I said, "Okay." A power cut, but it only affected the kitchen. So there was no cooked dinners. All they were serving was cakes. Cakes, and tea and drinks and stuff, but nothing in the kitchen. And they have a lot of cakes. But the one thing I'm probably not ideally supposed to be eating is cakes, and I'm trying to kind of keep away from them. I don't eat chocolate, but occasionally I do have the odd cake or the odd biscuits and stuff, but not like constantly. I don't feel particularly well when I do eat this stuff either. Afterwards, during, orgasmic, but afterwards, like, it's a bit of a, because I'm not used to having sugar like that anymore. So when I do, it does kind of affect me a bit. Now, I was willing to stay there because I thought, well, for the sake of her, I will sit down and I'll eat a piece of cake. Just for her. Not for me. I won't enjoy it at all. But I saw an opportunity that I thought, I can legitimately eat cake and I can't avoid it. However, she'd only been up for a little while. She hadn't even had her breakfast yet. So eating a cake was not on, didn't want to do that. She needed to eat some food. So what we did is we went over, got a bus into, it's in between the town. So there's the village and then there's the town, which is, the town's probably about 2.5 hours walk. The next part is probably about an hour, just over an hour to walk. So we got to that bit, but we got a bus. It's only 10 minutes on the bus. It's probably about 25 minutes on a bus to town, maybe 30 minutes. But that, there's stopping and stuff. We get off, and it starts to get cold. So we bundle into the Sainsbury's and we go upstairs and we have a meal. So we had a roast dinner, Christmas dinner. Had one of them each, and I had a milkshake. Again, this is stuff that I don't normally eat. Even when I was eating loads of sugar, I didn't normally eat stuff or drink milkshakes. It was one of those ones in a plastic container. Like the big ones, not the ones with the straw, but the big ones with the lid. They're very yummy. So I had that. I had a roast dinner. But as a little treat, she got some shortbread and I got myself a gingerbread man. Well, we got to pay, went up to pay, and they said it's going to be a 20-minute wait for the dinner. And I said, do you bring it to the table? They said, yeah, we'll give you a number thing. And I said, okay. And we decided we'd just have the things as a starter. She'd have a shortbread and I'd buy gingerbread man as a starter while we were waiting for 20 minutes for the food. So we go and sit down. We couldn't have been sitting down more than half an hour. No, about 5 minutes, sorry, not half an hour. About 5 minutes. So I'm starting to nibble on my gingerbread man. She's eating her shortbread fingers, those two, in a pack. Had a red label on it. I don't know what kind of... It's definitely shortbread. And they turned up with my food. It made me jump. I was like, you said 20 minutes. And she said people normally complain when it takes longer than it's supposed to be, not when it's here before it should be. And I said, just, what's with your attitude? She said, my attitude? I've been here since 7 o'clock. Why? And why are you wearing... Why? I said, what? Why are you wearing that snorkel and the flippers and the oxygen thing tank? Like, this isn't the sea. You're not supposed to be wearing stuff like that. I said, what do you mean? I haven't even been in the sea. She said, I can see the seaweed in your hair. I know you've been in the sea. Can you take your snorkel gear off, please? And I said, well, that's a bit discriminatory. And my friend said, can you just stop all this rubbish, please? I said, what do you mean? She said, we've come out to have a nice meal. Stop making stuff up and just tell the truth. The lady came, delivered the food, and we said thank you. You did jump, because it did make you jump a bit, but why you've got to add stuff like scuba gear? I said, I don't know. I don't know what that's about. She said, can't it just act normal? I said, that's the point. I said, my whole life trying to act normal. Sometimes I just want to be myself. She said, well, that's a valid point, I suppose. I said, thank you. She said, no worries. It was weird because she doesn't normally say that. And so we had the dinner, that was nice. She was on the phone to her bank because she had to speak to the bank. It was on loudspeaker, and I said, can you turn it off? It's annoying. She turned the volume down. I said, like, it's not just annoying, but other people don't want to hear that when they're having their dinner. and I had an argument, and we were getting a divorce. So anyway, I said, she was on the phone having this really serious conversation with her bank, and I pointed to, there was like a pigs in blankets, like a sausage with some bacon around. I didn't eat the bacon, but I said, look, what does that remind you of? And it was it reminded her of something that we laugh at Vinny, and something that he does, and a part of his body that sticks out sometimes. And she was like, oh. And she was trying to concentrate on the conversation. I was there with a fork, licking the end of this sausage. I know it's a bit silly, a bit childish, but anyway. So we do that. Then I go and get my letter. It's so cold outside. It was so cold. I cross over. We go into the doctor's surgery. Apparently I'm embarrassing her. Something about talking about not wearing any underwear, or I don't know. So she didn't seem very happy. And we're queuing up. There's only 2 people in the actual doctor's surgery, but there's 3 people in the queue. And we were in there for a little while, probably a good 15 minutes, 20 minutes or something. And I finally get through to the counter, and a lady comes and says, "What do you want? Not you again?" I said, "What? Hello?" I said, "Hello." She said, "How can I help?" I said, "I'm here to collect a letter." And I said, "Yeah," and it's a letter for what's a letter? I realised I didn't have to explain what the letter was. You don't have to go into it was a bus pass letter, and I came in on the 12th of September, and I handed in, I requested one, which I do every year, but unfortunately when I did collect it, 6 weeks later it had the wrong information on the letter, so I've had to ask for another one done, and this time with more information that will cover the drowsiness caused by the medication, so I'm able to get the bus pass. So this is the second time, in fact the third time I've come in for this actual situation, as well as kind of multiple phone calls. I didn't need to do all that, so I just didn't. And she said, "Do you need to pay?" I said, No. And then I said, "Well, I don't think so." And I said, "Well," and then she'd already handed it to me, so it's too late, I got it now. And she laughed. And I said, "No, I don't have to pay for it, as far as I know." And she didn't care, she really didn't seem to care. So it was quite nice. But I didn't need to pay for it. I didn't, because they'd already told me I didn't beforehand. So we leave there, and then we go around, and we go into B&M, which is like a discount store, big supermarket discount place. And I'm trying to, in my mind, what I want to do is get some decorations for the tree outside. It's just like a tribute to Luke, to my friend downstairs, because it was his tree. He planted it from a sapling, if that's the right word, from a little plant to a tree. So it was kind of a branch, and now it's as tall as the building nearly. Try and get some decorations to put it out there, put them on the tree and make it look nice. There's one bauble already. Someone else has put on there. My friend's daughter. So that's what I was looking for. Couldn't find hardly anything. A lot of them were really bland. I wanted some colourful ones, like pink and bright yellow and stuff like that. And my friend, or my neighbour, that's because she's my neighbour, she was like, she was looking at all the chocolate, and she was getting some stuff, and once she got her bits, we were then looking for the Christmas decorations for trees. Couldn't find any tinsel, couldn't find any lights. And then we realised that the bus was coming, and we had about 20-something minutes until the bus arrived, so we had to it wasn't a long distance to get the bus, but it was still, you know, if we missed it, it'd be another hour wait or something. So we're waiting. We go, oh, let's queue. So there's only two tills in operation, so quite long queues. And eventually we got through and we paid for it. And I said, because basically what we had a 3-litre bottle of Coke or Pepsi or whatever, is what she had. There was a pack of baubles, which I found, which were, and I don't even know where they are. Where are they? What did I do with them? I've got no idea. They're somewhere. It's a pack of baubles. I think there's like 12 maybe. For £5, which is a good deal. So I got them. But they're quite bulky. So I had that. And then she had a chocolate bar. And I think that was it. And she also had a drink that she got a drink as well. So she had a little drink. So I asked for 2 bags. She starts, well, what do you want 2 bags for? I said, because I want 2 bags. Not the person that works there. She just said, how many bags do you want? I said, 2, please. So I paid for 2 bags because I can always use bags, especially with deliveries and stuff. I don't chuck bags away. You know, they're reused many times. And, you know, I don't get ferries anymore and take big bags and chuck them in the sea. Don't do that anymore. So I do reuse them. I never did that. So I said to her, I want to, so she's putting them, I'm paying for the stuff, she's putting them into bags for me, my friend. Because I figure it's not about weight, it's about the circumference. It's it wasn't about it wasn't this heavy stuff. It's just it was 3-litre bottles. It got a bit of weight in it, but I just figured it'd be better just to kind of have my stuff in one bag, her stuff in the other bag, and let her carry the heavy stuff. That was my thinking. Because she doesn't live here, so she can take her stuff with her. But no, I pay for it. I look over. What's she doing? She's got everything in one bag. And then she's trying to fit it into another bag to double up. She defied me. Defied my rules, my law. And I said, what? It's then that I realised that I am so set in my ways. And being on my own most of the time, apart from with this little one, I'm used to doing everything my way. And it's very strange to almost have other people do things differently, because I'm not used to it, because I'm solitary. I do everything pretty much solitary. And I thought, wow, people do things differently to me. Because I don't normally take too much notice of what other people are doing generally, although I don't go out that much. But I had logic in my head why I wanted 2 bags. Firstly, there was 2 of us. Secondly, we both had different things. All I had was the baubles. And I had a bottle of water that was in my pocket, so I was going to put that in there. She had a big bottle of Coke and a chocolate bar and another bottle of drink, a little smaller bottle. So I figured 2 bags, I'll have my stuff, she can have her stuff. And then she can take her stuff home with her. So then we argue. Well, not a proper argument, but she weren't backing down, I weren't backing down, and security was called, police were called, and we're currently in prison. It was just weird. It's just we're not actually in prison. I'm just, we didn't argue. It was kind of a jokey argue, but I'll never forgive her. And it was just weird. It's a really strange situation, because I realised I am so petty. But not in a bad way. Well, because I don't really care, to be honest. I'm not that bothered. It's just, it's weird to have someone do something different to how I do it. It's like when I watch television. When I watch television, I watch what I want to watch. The idea of someone else watching what they want to watch is almost alien to me now. And it's not a control thing, it's just I'm used to just doing what I want to do. It's a weird thing. It's like if I go visit my dad, in the past I used to stay over there. I don't really stay over anymore, but I used to stay over there Christmas and stuff, and it was really difficult not having the remote control. I had to put up with it, but it was very hard not being able to control what I do. I don't want to control what anyone else does. I just want to control what I do. It's just... But at the same time, I think if I was in a relationship with someone, I don't want to be in a situation where we're sitting in different rooms because I'm being a complete knobby over what's on TV, because I want to watch what I want to watch, and therefore we have to sit in different rooms because we both want to watch our own thing. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, and I probably would end up doing that at times, but it's kind of, in some ways, defeats the object of perhaps being in a relationship. Maybe a little bit, you know. If I was in a relationship, I don't think I'd want to live. There's no point living completely separate lives, otherwise it's not a relationship, is it? I mean, completely separate lives, but separate for... Things have changed now, though. I'm backtracking. Things have changed. With streaming, I can sit there and miss a program. It doesn't matter, because I can watch it back later. So that's a good thing, you know. If suddenly there's a conversation needs to be had while I'm watching something that I want to watch, I can just turn it off and watch it later. So it doesn't matter. But, you know, 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, you had to watch it there and then. Otherwise you missed it. Unless there was a repeat. An omnibus. I mean, they used to have an omnibus of Coronation Street and I think EastEnders as well. Definitely EastEnders. Where you'd be able to watch the whole week's worth. On a Sunday afternoon, I think it was. So yeah, Q&A Friday. Blimey. I need to go back and find that toilet seat. So I came home, we got the bus back, and it's the first time, because we got on a bus before, there weren't many people on there was a couple of people, probably maybe 6 or 7 people. It's still busy, but not busy. How have I got 2 items of the same thing? Okay, $17.50 is Prime, so hopefully it won't. Proceed to checkout. Right, postage and packing, none to pay. £17.50 delivered to me. Okay, so it'll be here by the 15th, which is on Sunday. 14th, yeah, tomorrow's the 14th. So that's done. And I kind of like the fact that it's not going to come tomorrow, because I can do with a rest. I don't really want to be doing anything tomorrow. And I'll try and sort out that. What was I going to do? Wireless doorbell. Oh, you know what I did? So I collected my letter anyway. So hopefully now I can get my bus pass. Hopefully. I also, when the council came round for my friend, my neighbour, they asked me, did I have permission for my doorbell, my camera doorbell? And I said no. And they said, well, you can't have it without permission. But she didn't say it in an aggressive or forceful way. She said, well, you can't really have it without permission. No, she didn't say it like that, but she was being nice with it, and she said it's really it's in my best interest to get permission, because the council, they're pretty good. It's just you need to have a valid reason, and I have a lot of really valid reasons for having a doorbell with a camera. One is security, and there's been a lot of stuff happen in my building over the years. Another thing is theft. I've had stuff stolen off my doorstep on a few occasions, and it's a good deterrent as well. And also, I can just, like the council said, have you seen your neighbour? We've been trying to get hold of him for weeks, and we were worried about if he was okay. Have you seen him? I said, yeah, I see him on my camera like a couple of times a day. It shows up. It like activates the camera because he's directly opposite me. It's not that I'm spying on him. I've got no interest in what other people are doing, but I know he's okay. I know that he's around, so that puts my mind at ease. Because in the past, I wouldn't see him for sometimes weeks. He'd come and go. I wouldn't see him, and I'm like, is he all right? Is anyone checking up on him? But now we seem to be a little bit, he's sort of allowing me, he's asking for help. So it's good, because I just, he knocked on my door just before I started making this recording, and because I was in the living room and had my phone on mute, I didn't know, and then I saw that there was an alert. So he'd rung on my doorbell, so I went and knocked on his door, and it was an important thing that he needed to tell me regarding what is going on with the council and stuff. So I would have missed that, and he might have been sitting in there worrying. So, especially, and also the door, and the toilet seat and stuff like that. Anyway, yeah, that's all cool. Oh, I found one. It plugs into the thing. This looks good. Secure wireless doorbell plug-in. So basically, how do you attach it to the door though? That's the question. Is it lubricant? Not lubricant. What's the opposite to lubricant? I don't know why that's funny. It's, self-adhesive. That's what I'm thinking. Self-adhesive? Plug-in wireless. Right, okay. I might get one of them myself. I don't need one, so there's no point. Plus, I don't want anyone knocking on my door. That's why I got the camera, so people go away. This wireless doorbell offers a remote connection to up to 300 meters. The plug is detailed. The plug-in doorbell receives Bella's features, 58 tunes. Okay. Ultra low power consumption. Ease and torque. Simply plug the receiver into a power and attach a transmitter to the exterior wall with the preceded screws or adhesive patch. There is no need to reset tune. So an adhesive patch should do the job. Right. So I'll get that for him as well. How long before it gets here though? The reason he needs that is because he can't hear the door. And he's waiting for the council, and they said that if he doesn't answer the door when they come round, they're going to go in anyway next week. So he has to know when they're there. So they keep missing him. It's like he's being awkward, but he isn't. Right. Okay, so I'll get that delivered the same day in the same box. So he's now got a doorbell and a toilet seat. He also needs a new fridge. He needs a washing machine. He needs a microwave. He needs a lot of stuff. But I can't, I'm limited to what I can do. If this had been 6 months ago, I'd have gone on a catalogue and I'd have ordered all that stuff for him. But now I'm pretty much bankrupt, so I can't do anything like that. Which is good. It's good for me. Not so good for him, but it's good for me that I can't do stuff like that, because otherwise I would, and that'd be another £1,000 or something. I'd be in debt, because he needs so much stuff. He needs a new bed, he needs a sofa, he needs everything. Hopefully the council will help him get that stuff. So that's good. So both of those things are coming on Sunday. When I got up, so I'm on the bus with what's her name, and we're coming back. It's cold outside. It was really surprising how cold it is, or was. But then I didn't have a jumper on underneath, and I always have a jumper in the winter. I don't go out just in a t-shirt. So I went out, and anyway, we got back. It wasn't as cold when we got back here. For some reason, it's mild. Where I live, this area, although it can get really cold, or get really windy and everything, but it always seems to be milder here than it is when we leave. If you go, half an hour away or 20 minutes away, 10 minutes away even, it just seems to be colder or rainier or windier than it is when we actually get back to the estate. I don't know why that is. I got back, she comes in. I said to her, I can't make you a cup of tea because I've only got one cup. And I mean, I don't want to share my cup, to be honest. It's sad, isn't it? But I got my one cup. That's the only cup I got. She did bring a cup round for herself and left it here, but I used it to put some beans in. And I put some tin foil over, because I had a whole tin of beans. I never eat a whole big tin of beans. When I say big, I don't mean like industrial size, sort of the size of a house, but just like a normal tin. I only ever have half a tin, or one of the small tins. That's not always been the case. There have been times when I used to have a whole tin, and it used to be almost overflowing off the plate. But that was like in the 90s. I don't really do that anymore. Yeah, no, I don't, because that's messy, just too much mess. And I mean, the tomato sauce that you get in the baked beans with, just mixed with mashed potato is just amazing. Anyway, I accidentally chucked her cup away, or her mug away, because it was time I'd left it in the fridge for a little bit too long for me to know that I could eat them. And for some reason I thought it was a tin, and I'd put the tin in the fridge with the tin foil over, which is weird because I haven't done that for probably decades, because I don't think it's a very good thing to do. So I chuck it away, and then I realise afterwards, oh my goodness, I chucked away her mug. But I didn't want to tell her about it. So for a few weeks she'd come round and said, do you want a cup of tea? And I'd distract her. I tried to distract her, and eventually I had to tell her, because she pulled me up. She said, how come whenever I come round and ask for a cup of tea, you start spinning on your head and doing breakdancing moves? And the other day when you brought a karaoke machine out, started singing, I got no cups of tea, got no mugs, chucked it away in the bin by accident. I mean, that was supposed to be a Wham song, and they didn't sing those lyrics. And I said, I was just trying to give you hints. And she said, oh. And I said, oh, I accidentally chucked it out. Like, it wasn't a big deal. She's like, oh, it don't matter. Oh, okay. Wow. All that worrying for nothing. And then she left. So she, not then, but today, she left, went back home. She went for a nap, I went for a nap. And I couldn't settle. couldn't settle. And it's the first time I've worn socks in ages. The last time I wore socks, I've worn socks twice this year, I think. Maybe 3 times. I think at my friend's funeral in January, I wore them at my stepmom's wedding in August, and I wore them today. The rest of the time, I don't wear socks. All the way through the winter, I haven't. Today I have, and I was colder today than I normally am. It's weird. It's almost like wearing socks has made me feel colder. It doesn't make sense, does it? So I was in bed with my socks on. I wasn't in bed, I was just on the bed just having a nap. Didn't get undressed or anything, just laid there. Try not to move too much because my hair was so wonderfully styled. I didn't want to ruin it. And I just couldn't get comfortable. It was weird. I just didn't feel I wanted to have a nap. Didn't feel relaxed. And then eventually I woke up a couple of hours later and I'd had a good sleep. So that was good. It was weird though, I was a little bit to start with. I'll close this because I don't need that on anymore. So I've ordered that for the neighbour. And that's it really. Now we're here. Now doing the Q&A Friday, and it's nearly an hour in. I apologise profusely. No way is it 20 to 9 in the evening. How could it be 20 to 9? You know, I've just seen on Facebook a picture. Michael Jackson tickets at Wembley Stadium, July 1988. That's when I got my Michael Jackson tickets. It wouldn't have been July, it would have been September, I think. 1988. Wow. I should have gone. I can't believe that was one of those things anyway. So another thing I need to say is, so I've done on my website, made this week, what I've been doing is trying to improve the website. So the good thing is when I'm not in maybe a great space to make any recordings, sometimes I'm able to do other stuff like website stuff. So I've worked on a new page which is playlists, and it's in the index or the menu, just playlists it's called. And so far I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So under the playlist there's Let Me Bore You to Sleep, Stress and Pain Relief, Jason's Bedtime Story Time, Sleepy Boring Objects, Stop Nail Biting, Let Me Bore Your Pain Away, Stop Smoking, and Relaxation for Stress and Panic Attacks. So there's still some more to do, but they're the ones. And then you click on which one you want. The Let Me Bore You to Sleep has lots of playlists. So they're 50 in each one. So 1 to 50, and then the last one is 1251 to 1300. So there's a lot. That's a lot, and they're all in groups of 50. So if I click on 1 to 50, it comes up, and it's just basically a playlist, and you can choose what you want to listen to out of the 1 to 50. You can scroll down. It works on a phone as well. And whichever one you choose, you click on, it gives you the option to play it, to download it, to share it. Also, you can, so it's just really pretty cool. And it's only in 50s, so you're not having to scroll down for like half an hour to get to an old recording. And you won't be able to find the early stuff. This is the easiest way to do it. So my website is really the best place to go to. And also every new recording I do is on the website, sort of as soon as I record it, or as soon as I upload it. Stress and pain relief, there's 1 to 50 on there. Jason's bedtime story time, there is 30 of those. I was listening to one the other day. It made me laugh. They're actually quite funny. I mean, you might not like them, but I found it quite funny. It's just the silly voices and the context, and it just gets... They're absurd. They really are weird things. And, yeah. Sleepy, boring objects. There's 35 of those. So there's 1 to 50, there's 35. There's 2 stop nail biting. I think they're quite funny as well, actually. Let me bore your pain away. There's 9. But there's a playlist of 1 to 50. Stop smoking. I just went to the normal stop smoking podcast for this because there's not that many. So I just put them all on there. And then there's a relaxation for stress and panic attacks. And there's 1 to 50 up to 201 to 250. For some reason that's not coming up. Why is it not coming up? Oh yes, it is. I've got 231 of them. Oh, okay, cool. So what I've done is I've basically made podcasts on Spreaker for all of these different podcasts. So, and I've made, for all individual, 701 to 750, Let Me Bore You to Sleep, or for the 51 to 100, Relaxation for Stress and Panic, or 1 to 50 for Stress and Pain Relief, or 1 to 50 or whatever for Jason's bedtime story time. So they've all got their own podcasts that are not really available anywhere else. They're just it's embedded into my website. And there's a few. There's also my YouTube channel, and it's at Jason Newland. There's my Facebook group, which is Jason Newland's Boring Group. There's information about the background music. So the background music is Deep Relaxation by Kevin MacLeod, and that's incompetech.com. But you can check that information out as well. There's also a picture of him on there. There's a contact information, so you can write to me, send me a text, you can send an email. What's going on? I've just come out of the page. I've just come out of it it just logged me out. Anyway, that's the website. So what I'm going to do is come to the questions. First of all, I posted something on my Jason Newland's Boring Group, and I realised that my Facebook group, I realised that at this point some of you might be asleep, so you're not even necessarily going to hear it. But somebody sent me a package which was full of snacks and gifts for Vinny, like bones and things like that. And I was like, wow. However, the person, it said Andrea on the cover, from, but that was the person who owns the shop. And where's my phone? I can tell you exactly. Where's the phone? Oh, there it is. Let me show you La, la, la. I took a picture of it and I called up the number on the thing. And where's the picture? Nope. So the company it's actually a dog food place, and the person listed from the sender, which was in tiny letters, I couldn't see with my own eyesight what it said. So I took a photograph and had to expand it, and I realised it said a lady called Andrea, but it was the same surname as the people that owned the business. Now, I called up basically just to find out whether it was who sent it, so I could thank them, really. If it was someone from them, then thank you. If it was I can put like a random, like a thank you whoever sent the stuff, but it would be nice for me to sort of at least know the names so I can say thank you. Well, I phoned up the company, the shop, and the lady that answered said that she was in the middle of making a TikTok video, and I said, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt in that, and I told her the situation. She said, I'll get back to you, I'll let you know, because it wasn't from us, we just forgot to put the name of the person that ordered them on there. So I don't know who sent them. So what I did post a hi all, did anyone send me a package of gifts for Vinny? And I've had a few people comment. Christine says Santa Paws. Andrea, a different Andrea, says did not but would like to when I'm able to. Thank you. So thank you, Christine, for your pun. Santa Paws. I tell you, Vinny, keep away from Santa needs his paws. Hillary says maybe. So I've been around long enough to know that it might not be. I mean, if you did send them, Hillary, thank you. But it'd be nice to. I can't assume, because I've had that before when someone says maybe it was me and it wasn't. It's like, I'm guessing the maybe means it was, but it's very difficult. I don't want to just assume. Although, yeah, I imagine that you wouldn't have put it if you. I don't know. So it'd just be nice if you could just confirm that. But if you did, or whoever did send them, thank you. It's just just confused. Doesn't take much. So, any questions for this week's Q&A Friday? I'm going to start with also saying welcome to Ing, who joined. We lost one, well, not lost, but I shouldn't say the word lost, should I? Someone left the group and now someone's just joined, so it's back to 200 again. So welcome. Ben, I'm going to answer Ben's question first. Can you see how many visits you get on your website? What's Vinny getting for Christmas, and how is your dad? Right, first question. I got no idea how many visits I get on my website. I really don't know. I know that before, when I had it as a Shopify website, I was getting hardly any. I like to think that now it's in a much more friendly format. It literally is now a podcast, and the information on it is useful, like the playlist section and stuff like that. And you can download all the recordings without having to go through a process of filling your details in. So I've got no idea who's ordering them, but you can order them for free. Well, not order them, but you can download them instantly just by going to the different playlists. Or if it's a new one, you can just download it off of the first page as you log on to the website. The reason I can't get the stats, I mean, I could add Google stat things to it, but it never seems to be very correct. That in the past when I've used that, I could get stats included, but that would cost me more. So I'm trying to kind of keep my expenses down a little bit. So at the moment, I don't know how many are visiting. I hope some people are, and it is a very good. I think it's a pretty good website now. It's everything you need, not everything you need, but like as far as my podcasts go, everything's in one place, and all the latest recordings are there, like instantly on the first page, and you can play them, and you can download them, you know. So it's just I think in some ways it's possibly easier than using an app if you're a regular listener. But in answer to your question, I don't know. I remember years ago, I think it was, blimey, 2009, I was volunteering at a children's charity. I was volunteering, but kind of as a counsellor there, but I also did I felt I was there one evening a week helping out or something, like just like as a volunteer in the office. And I remember going onto my website or going onto Google, you know, and just checking my stats, and I had something like 118 countries was visiting my website regularly, and I was getting quite a bit of traffic. And I think one of the problems, one of my little issues, one of my many issues, is consistency has been a problem. I mean, I'm consistent. I'm consistently inconsistent, I think. But I do stick at doing it. I mean, I keep going. But with the website, I've got a habit of keep changing it up, using a different service, trying to improve it, and then thinking, no, I'll do something different. And if I'd have just left it as it was and just added to it, it would have been, I'd be getting probably hundreds, I'd be getting multiple thousands of people visiting every day, probably 10, 20,000 a day, I imagine by now. But it's just me, just the way I've been. So I'm hoping that I can keep it a little bit more stable as far as the website goes, at least for next year, and let the website just be a podcast. And part of the reason why I had the Shopify wasn't to sell anything, it was because I had all my stuff for free to download, but I wanted to use it as a place where my stuff was, and I wasn't dependent upon any other service if it came down to it. But as it is, all my stuff's backed up on my computers. Pretty much all of my recordings are now on Spreaker, now organised as well into different podcasts that I'm calling playlists. They're also on SoundCloud, so I've kept that going, 2 SoundCloud podcasts, which is my main podcast online. I don't really use the Spreaker ones online. So, yeah, I don't know. The answer is I don't know how many people visit, if any. There might be no one, there might be loads. I really don't know. I'm really not sure. I mentioned the website now. You know, when I do podcasts now, do episodes, I do mention the website, and some people might visit. I genuinely don't know. I really don't know. And I hope that those that do find it useful, because I worked quite hard on it actually. Put a lot of time in it, and especially this week as well, because I've done pretty much all the playlists this week. It's a lot of time it takes to do that. So I have to upload all the recordings, make the playlists, which are individual podcasts, and then embed, and then make the pages to put the embedded on, and blah 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 blah. So it's organising it all. It takes a fair bit of time and concentration. And relax. The next question: what's Vinny getting for Christmas? Well, the first thing he's getting is the treats that he got in the post. Was it from Hillary? Was it from someone else? I don't know yet. I'm not sure. I just want someone to tell me. If you do want to send Vinny some gifts, then my details are on my website, also above my Facebook group. The details are on the heading is there as well, so you can send him some gifts. He's happy. He loves gifts. I'm going to wrap up some stuff so that he can open them. What I want to try and do, and try and find some edible, I nearly said toilet paper then, which would be weird, edible wrapping up paper for dogs, so that he can open it up, and that would be cool. I don't know if such a thing exists, so I'm going to have to look and search for it. Because that way he can open it, can't he? Because if he smells a treat, he will rip the paper off to get to it. But if he can eat the paper as well, that's a gift, isn't it? And I've got 2 little Christmas trees, so that's cool. So I'm going to put them under there, and he's, you know what, it's pretty good. I left the box on the settee today. Okay, it was open, and the stuff is in a bag, a big, quite thick bag, but he could have got into that bag if he wanted. But he didn't. He was here for over 3 hours, 3.5 hours on his own. The longest he's been left alone since August. And he didn't, I'm going to say he didn't touch he might have touched it, but he didn't rip it open, and he could have done. He's got the teeth to completely rip the bag open and get to everything, but he didn't. Which just shows you what a good boy he is. He's a really good boy. I mean, that is, in fact, what I did, and I wasn't going to do this because the treats were for Christmas, but I actually gave him one of the treats just to congratulate him, to reward him. He knows I'm talking. You know I'm talking about you, don't you? I needed to give him one of the treats just to reward him for being such a good girl. You were so good, weren't you? Not a girl, a boy. Shush. So and he enjoyed that, so he had that. So blah 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 blah. So that's kind of what I'm going to get. I'll look at maybe getting in some other bits and bobs, but anyone want to send him anything? I know it's the 13th today, so it's the 13th. It's Friday. It's if you want to send some stuff for him, he will love it. And what I'm planning to do is film him, to make a video of him opening his presents. I did it with Andre back in probably 2015. It was Christmas 2015, and I had presents for myself and presents for for Andre, sorry. And I filmed it Christmas morning. I had I had stuff that I bought for myself and some presents that people had bought me. Just a few bits like cans of lager and cans of Coke and some chocolate and treats for Andre. And I just wrapped them all up, and it was a lovely moment. I filmed him, and he was happy, and I think he had his little Santa costume on. He wasn't happy wearing that, but yeah, that's going to be the plan. I'm going to be here. My friend who I spent time with today, she's not here. She's going to be with her family at Christmas. I'm not going to see my family. I don't see them at Christmas. So I don't know. I guess I won't see anyone. I might. My neighbour opposite did ask me, what was I doing at Christmas and stuff. Did I want some of his Christmas log? And I just thought, I wasn't sure what he meant, but apparently he meant some, like a dessert. And I thought, I've always been quite secluded at Christmas. I pulled my head into my tortoise shell a little bit during the Christmas period, just for the 2 days, Christmas and Boxing Day, and then back to normal. It's just even when I lodged, I've rented rooms, multiple rooms over the years, and at least twice I can think of, I lived in a family home, and both times I was invited to go have Christmas dinner with them, and I was there for like 3 or 4 years, both of those places, and I always said no, because I just didn't want to infringe. This didn't feel right. Just didn't want to kind of be in the way. I'd rather just have a microwave meal later on when there's no one around, when everyone was just laying about with their big bellies, watching TV. But now I'm here and I've got my own place, and I can just, I'm not hiding in a room anymore. I used to always hide in my room and wait until everyone had finished doing what they're doing, and then I'll kind of come downstairs when everyone was, done. Now I kind of don't have to do that. I say now, I mean for the last 9 years. Can you believe in April I'll have been here for 10 years? And you know what else? In March or February time, it will be, wait a minute, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 7 years since I started letting me boy to sleep. In about February time. Or maybe March, I'm not sure. 7 years. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Well, ridiculous that I'm still doing it, probably. So, the next question is... Thanks, Ben. Next question from Ben is, how's your dad? I can't say too much on here, but I spoke to him after he had the thing. He had a procedure, and he was sore, but it's going to take a couple of weeks to recover. But I know he's been out, and I think he's doing all right. I'm going to call him tomorrow or over the weekend to have a chat. But I think he don't really tell me much. We don't really have like an open. Those open conversations don't really seem to happen. I guess I'm a little bit too open, and he's for a different generation, but I'm probably too open for even my generation, maybe. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just a chatterbox. Although I find it much easier to talk on a podcast than I do maybe in person with people. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, but thank you for asking about my dad. I'll know more tomorrow. But he's visiting me in the next, before Christmas, I think. Either before Christmas or after Christmas. Not 100% sure, because they've not contacted me yet. But it's, I think he's doing all right. I'll know more tomorrow. Okay, so any questions? So this is the other questions I've got from la 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 la. Okay, This is the question that probably made me laugh the most, because I do read the questions as they come in, and did I not? I normally like stuff. That's weird. I thought I liked the questions as they came in. How strange. Do 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 do. What? No. I'm confused. Okay. Alright, okay, here we go. So, here we go. Quite a few people put their dates, their ages on here, because I asked what's everyone's age, or what year were you born, and I put that on there a couple of weeks ago, and I'm still getting people posting, so that's cool. Right, here we go. So the first person to ask this question is Dimitri. And are you ready for this? Boom, 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 boom. What's your favourite song by Samantha Fox? I got the giggles when I first saw that. It's like, okay. Now, I'm not going to say anything detrimental about her singing career. But there's only one song that really... I asked my friend this, and she said, well, there's only one, isn't there? I said, well, no, that she did do more than one song. But your body might... No. Was it your body, my body, everybody, touch my body? Boys, boys, boys. That's Sabrina. Wrong person. I used to love Sabrina. Sabrina was my first, perhaps Madonna, but as far as when I had my flat above the chip shop, I had a picture of Sabrina next to my bed. She was my dream woman. Like, just dream. And I did end up actually slightly dating someone very similar to her. I mean, I had a couple of dates, but no, 3 dates. Blimey, yeah. I forgot about that. So how did that happen? 3? Yeah, I saw her 3 times, 4 times including the first time I met her. Once went round her house. That didn't go so well. Then I went back and saw her. She was hiding down a hole. And then I went back to see her again, and she'd left the country early. Yeah, but it was a good relationship. So Samantha Fox, touch me, I wanna feel your body, your heartbeat next to mine. Touch me now. See, I actually put my arms out when I did that. Could you tell? So that was my favourite Samantha Fox song. You know what? Samantha Fox was my first, probably my biggest crush as a teenager. Like a young teenager. Vinny. By the way, you hear that sound? It's not me, that's Vinny. I'm talking about Samantha Fox and Sabrina and crushes, and there's that weird noise in the background. It's Vinny cleaning himself. Just so you know, it's not me. My hands are on the table. So, Vinny, shush. Samantha Fox was a big crush, early 80s, huge star. She was a model, but I just really kind of was in love with her. That's it, Vinny. I think that part of you is clean now. So I I asked my friend's uncle to get me a magazine that had Samantha Fox in, and yeah, he did. That's not the end of the story, but that's as much of the story as I can really tell you. I think I was probably about 13, maybe 14, I don't know, 13 probably. She was, yeah, she just, I wasn't the only one. In the same way that I'm sure millions upon millions of schoolgirls fell in love with Brad Pitt and had posters of him on the wall, or fell in love with well, anyone, any celebrity. What's his name? Bieber, Justin Bieber, or New Direction. Was it New Direction? Or any of those like famous teen idols. Samantha Fox was a teenager, so she was probably 18 when I was probably 12 or 13. So there wasn't a huge age difference either. She might be 16 to be fair. Let me just check what her age is. Samantha, she might be around, she'll be older than me, but not by much. Samantha Fox. Samantha Fox. I reckon she's 2 years older than me. No, she's a lot older than me. Well, not a lot, she's 4 years older than me. 1950, she's 58 and I'm 54. Which means, yeah, so when she was 16 in 1983, because her birthday's in April, so fine. So she was 16, I'd have been 12. And yeah, fair enough, that's right. She was the face and shape of 83, the Sunday People's an amateur modelling contest, and she placed second in the contest. After she placed second in the contest, a photographer for the Sun invited her to pose for page 3, and at the time she was the youngest person to do that. And then British publications back then, the age was 16 minimum, but it got raised to 18 in 2004 for those particular modelling assignments. So I loved her. It was love, pure and simple. Is it warm in here, or is it just me? Emily, well, thanks for that, Dimitri. Emily asks, if you were going to be reincarnated into an animal after you die, what animal would you be and why? Touch me now. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. I do go into people's profile pictures just have not pictures, that their profiles, just to have a look at people and see a little bit where they're from and that. And Emily, you look familiar to me. I don't know why. You look familiar, just like someone that perhaps I used to know, or maybe you are someone I used to know. I don't know. Maybe it's someone I've met before. Maybe it was in a previous life. Reincarnation. What animal? When I think about this, and it's a bit weird, I think from a survival perspective, I'd like to be at the top of the food chain. Now, some could argue we are, as human beings, we are at the top of the food chain unless we don't have any technology and it's just a human being facing multiple animals. We are not at the top of the food chain when it comes to that, like crocodiles, bears, sharks, lions, gorillas, wolverines, just even dogs, basic dogs, big dogs. So I think I would like to be, if I had to be an animal, there's two. I quite like to be a monkey because I think monkeys are just super cool. I used to go to the zoo when I was younger. Most things I did was when I was younger. And there's something, especially the little monkeys. I know some of the monkeys that can get a bit aggressive when they get older, but the little ones, the ones that steal stuff when you're on holiday in, I think, is it Spain or different places, where they literally come and just steal your stuff. That makes me laugh. Except when they're stealing my stuff, then it's not so funny. It's weird, that, isn't it? So maybe to be a cheeky little monkey, because I think I am a little bit of a cheeky monkey. But a ferret at the same time, because I so loved Andre, my little ferret. So it's something I liked about him. Well, I liked everything about him. But he was fearless. And he was determined. He never, ever, ever quit. You know, he just wouldn't quit. He'd keep going for hours and hours and hours, whatever he did. And he wanted to get the other side of a door, he would scratch at that door just continuously. If he wanted to go out for a walk, he would scratch at the front door for hours and hours and hours and hours, to the point where it used to get a bit I used to get upset because thinking about the neighbours, you know. Although no one ever complained about him. When he wanted to get onto the top of the cage, he kept climbing up, and I'd take him down, and he'd climb up again, I'd put him down, and I'd climb, and he just kept, he wouldn't quit. So I admire that in a person, really, and I think I am a bit like that, but only in certain situations. I'm not like that with everything, which is a good thing. Because if I was like that, I think tenacious is the correct word, isn't it? I would want to be tenacious in situations that were not good for me, like determined to do something that wasn't a good idea. But I'm quite determined, and I never quit when it comes to what I'm doing now. This is probably the only thing I've ever done that I feel that I'll just keep doing until for as long as I can. And I'll probably still do this, even if no one listened, I'd probably still do it. It's weird. I don't know. It's strange, but that wasn't what you asked, is it? So, Emily, blah, blah, blah. I'd like, so, from a little, in not a romantic way, but in a cute way, I'd like to be a little monkey or a ferret. But in a more practical way, I'd like to be, being a shark would be cool, but being a whale would be better, because whales, the only thing that a whale has to worry about is humans. Well, not worry, but they're the only ones that, humans. Obviously ships and stuff like that are made by humans, but basically a whale they don't really have predators, so they're pretty much okay. The sharks keep well clear of a whale because they're so much bigger than them. Whales are much bigger than sharks, But overall, they're limited to the sea, because they're fish, of course. They're limited to the sea, and they're not much good at some of the stuff that perhaps I enjoy doing. Watching telly. I couldn't make a podcast if I was a whale. I couldn't get on a bus. I suppose I could be a bus, but I couldn't get on a bus. How would I fit? How would I... You know, it's a lot of things that I couldn't do. I couldn't take Vinny for a walk if I was a whale. So I'd be very limited. You could argue, well, if you're being reincarnated, I wouldn't have Vinny. Although I sometimes think, I wonder, is Vinny a reincarnation of Andre? Because he does some of those traits that Andre used to do. One particular thing, two things actually, he wakes me up. Andre used to wake me up. Vinny wakes me up when I'm asleep, like random times. Another thing is I wear Crocs. They're very sexy. I'm sure you imagine they are. They're pink. I got them as a joke to make my friend laugh. Unfortunately, he didn't get to see them, but I still wear them anyway. Bright pink Crocs. I had Crocs before because I got through 2 pairs of slippers with Andre. He destroyed them, so I got Crocs and he couldn't destroy them, but he used to love biting on them and trying to like attack me while I was walking. Vinny does the same thing. It's exactly the same, but Vinny's obviously got a lot more strength and he's bigger, but they both did the same thing with my Crocs, and it's almost like they're the same. Even like what he's doing now, Andre used to do that. It's just, I don't know, it's a weird one. So I think I would choose, partly you want to be a cuddly creature. I want to like be someone that's loved, and you know, dogs and cats, providing they've got the right home, can live an amazing life. You know, they're loved by everyone, and they're, you know, just, that would be cool. But then I am quite a solitary person, so I think being a whale in the ocean would possibly be better for me, or being an eagle, because eagles don't have any predators either, do they, in their own sphere, other than, I guess, hunters or whatever. So they're pretty much left alone, and they're the top of their food chain, as far as I know, in the same way that pretty much seagulls are at the top of their food chain as far as the domestic birds go, because they're some of the biggest birds, aren't they? Crows and seagulls, they're the big ones that aren't birds of prey. So I'm thinking like an eagle, maybe, again, living on a mountain top, being able to just be secluded and relax. Possibly a lion, because again, lions are, I mean, technically they're kind of the top of their food chain, but they're not infallible. You know, a hippopotamus can completely destroy a lion if it wants to. A buffalo, like horde, can. A rhinoceros can. Rhinoceros, whatever they're called, can. A giraffe, a fully grown giraffe, can destroy a lion. So lions don't stand a chance against those animals, but they can kind of keep separate. They don't have to be involved in each other's lives. They can just agree to disagree, you know, pretty much. So maybe hippopotamus, because they don't really have much in the way of... So that, I'm kind of thinking logically, what's the ones that don't have predators? What's the ones that are safest? The biggest, the strongest? And I keep coming back to whales, I guess. Yeah, probably a whale. Because they seem peaceful, very zen-like. very, and don't they have the largest brain out of all animals? So they're intelligent, and they've been around, and they live longer than pretty much all other animals, and they can hold their breath for ages, which is pretty cool. So a lot of fish can't do that. I'm sorry, I'm just making myself laugh. So I reckon a whale, not because they're cute. You know, definitely if I could go for cute, I'd go for a kitten, or for a little monkey, or from a ferret, or a little puppy, you know. But then maybe a guide dog, or a dog that helps people, because then they're helping. I like the idea of, because I like helping people, so I like the idea of maybe being able to do that as an animal as well. Did you just fart? I think he did. I think he just did a big fart. Yeah, so I'm probably going to go for a whale. But you know, it's really hard for me to just choose one thing. That's why I struggle with menus. You know, just choose one thing. What do you mean? Can't I have a little bit of everything? So yeah, I think, yeah, I reckon a whale, because they're pretty much left alone. They're at the top of their food chain. Not food chain, it's not very nice. That's not a nice term, is it really? But they're pretty much at the top. Nothing can really bother them other than humans. And they're beautiful. And peaceful, generally. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of whales seem quite peaceful. So I think I would be a whale. I'm going to choose a whale, which is weird because I don't like the ocean, I don't like water. I do like drinking water, but I'm not a going into the sea kind of person. I'm a scaredy cat when it comes to the sea. So, but then if you're going to have trouble swimming, then being a whale is probably the best thing, because all you got to do, you got to, like, what, 90 minutes to get back to the top of the ocean, so that's plenty of time, especially when you're like half the you're like 50% of the ocean size anyway. I don't know, I'm just making that stuff up. So thanks, Emily. And I quite like the idea of being a bear. Yeah, but you know, there's something to be said about being an animal that's like a wasp or a bee, which, okay, don't have like a long life, but there's a real sense of community, and there is, yeah, it's like every day is helping each other. Maybe. So yeah, I'm going to stick with whale. But dolphins, dolphins are so cute. Or a kitten, I don't know. But I'd probably go for, and there's nothing more cute than a kitten, or a little puppy, or a little kitten. But then any little animal generally are just super cute. A little bear. And you might say, oh, bears, don't like bears, but if you met a tiny little baby bear, you'd want to cuddle it. You'd probably want to wrap its hands up and cover the hands so you don't end up in hospital, but you still want to cuddle it. I mean, I've even seen baby crocodiles that look so cute. They don't stay cute forever, But, for a tiny little way with a big eye staring at you, it's like, oh, what's he thinking? He loves me. I think, is it you're saying he's trying to tell me that you love me? When actually what he's really trying to tell you is, I can't wait so I'm old enough to eat you. But you taste lovely. So Maria is asking, what would your chosen instrument be if you were a musician, and why? If I could be really good at an instrument, this is purely for showing off purposes. No, one for, probably showing off. There's only two really, piano and guitar. I've tried both and I was no good at either. So I think I've done some instruments. I did the violin when I was a kid. Learned that. I learned how to. I used to be able to read music and everything when I was about 9, 10. But I lost that. I mean, I could probably pick it up, I guess, if I know my way a little bit around that. The music kind of it's a little bit, but I used to be able to read it. Used to play the bugle when I was in the Sea Cadets. Played the glockenspiel and played the drums as well. I enjoyed the drums. That was the one I enjoyed most of all, probably. The bugle was quite easy to play. It was just all about tongue action. So I just had to, you get to learn how to do it. So I was pretty good at that. Well, not good, but I was okay. I was awful, but, I got by. Probably the piano. Probably the piano. I mean, there's no reason. Oh, excuse me. There's no real reason why I couldn't play the piano now, or learn to play the piano now. Especially with the internet and YouTube videos, and if I managed to get myself a cheap keyboard or something, I could probably learn, but I don't have really that. Not really interested. I used to be. I've had lots of different keyboards. I once bought a piano. 2004, I bought a piano, and it was like electric piano, and it was expensive. Bought it on a credit card and returned it 3 days later or 4 days later for about half the price. Yeah, I know. I bought it on the whim. I was having a bit of a high moment, and I thought, I want to buy a piano. I'm going to be a professional pianist, and I'm going to be brilliant and all that stuff. And then I got it home and had it delivered, and I realised that I wasn't quite as excited as I was before I got it home. And they wouldn't give me a refund. And they said it had depreciated because I'd had it for a week or 5 days. And time's expanding, isn't it? It's going to be a year if I keep going on. But it was about a week, if that, probably less than that. And I lost probably half the price. So I feel I spent about £1,500 or £1,400, and I think I got about £700 back. I know, wow, ridiculous. So that's why I can't have credit cards. Can't have them. I've had multiple guitars as well. I had a bass guitar when I was about 14. I thought it was like a normal electric guitar, like 6-string ones, lead guitar, but no, it was a bass, and I was too embarrassed to send it back. So I just kept the bass guitar and just didn't do anything with it. It was nearly as heavy as me. It was a big old thing. So that was a bit pointless, and it was electric, and I just paid for it. It cost me probably 60 quid or whatever over about a year. And then I've had multiple guitars over the years, but once in 1996, I was doing security and I bought a really nice guitar. I mean, I think it was like £250 or something, which is a lot of money back then. You know, that was like 2 weeks' wages or something. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna come from a different angle. So instead of buying a cheap guitar and not really enjoying playing it because I'm not enjoying listening to it, if I get a really nice sounding guitar, then it will sound nicer. I'll sound better when I'm playing it, and it will motivate me to practice. And it kind of did for a while. The person I was sharing a flat with wasn't too impressed with hearing the same tune over and over again for about a month. I think it was a do 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 do. And apparently that was repetitive, and he didn't enjoy it. He let me know. So yeah, that was, I lost interest in that as well, and then things went a bit weird at the time, so I didn't end up really continuing with it. And I definitely sold it. I just remembered I bought an electric guitar, and I had one before I moved in here. I had an electric guitar, I had an amplifier with headphones so I could try and like practice and learn it and everything. I gave it to my neighbours upstairs before I moved here. I just said to him, you can have that if you want. I don't know why. I left my punch bag as well. I don't know why. It's almost like I didn't want to bring anything from that horrible room into my flat. I wanted to leave everything there, apart from my books, my bed and one chair. That was it. That's literally all I had. I don't know why I was giving stuff away. But yeah, I had this. It was a perfectly good electric guitar. Wasn't expensive. I got it in a deal. I think it was like, was it Boxing Day, beginning of the year kind of deal thing. Discount. Anyway, that's the last guitar I had. I do have a ukulele in my storage cupboard. I've never played it, and I've had it for probably 8 years. Still in a box. I don't even know if it still works. Didn't when I had it before. When I last opened it, it didn't work. So the question is, what would be my chosen instrument? Probably I did like the idea of playing the mouth organ, and I did have a mouth organ when I was doing the security. I bought one and I took it to work because I thought, you know what, there's no one around. I'm stuck here for 12, well, not stuck here, but I was working for 12 hours every night, at least, on my own. I learned the mouth organ because it's something you can carry around. It was a decent one I got. They weren't expensive anyway, so I got one. And I thought I'd learn to play it. It wasn't as exciting as I thought it would be. So I just didn't bother. So I'm guessing probably a piano. Piano would be cool to be really good at. But I'm super impressed when I see people, well, any instrument I find impressive if someone can play it well. But I do find it quite like guitars, especially acoustic guitars. So probably, yeah, I mean, a good excuse, like if you played a guitar and you play it really well, and people get to know you play it really well, and you go around someone's house, and all you want to do is relax, and someone says, "Oh, did you know that JJ? Oh, he plays the guitar. He's quite good." And it's a different situation to if you play the piano, because there's a chance that someone might have a guitar in their house if you're visiting someone's house, but there's less chance that someone says, "Oh, I've got a piano in my underpants, there you go, why don't you play that?" There's more chance of a guitar than a piano. So if I played the piano and I just decided to have the night off, I wouldn't have to worry about playing it and entertaining the world. Although I think for songwriting, pianos seem to be, I don't know, not saying the best, but they seem to be really good for writing songs, which used to be a thing that I used to love doing. I used to love doing. So yeah, I'm going to stick with a piano today. It might change tomorrow. Thank you, Maria. Lucas asks me, what's your favourite sitcom from the 80s and why? Cheers. Thank you very much. Actually, are we sticking with sitcoms or comedy shows? Because I suppose there is a difference, isn't there? So sitcoms, I'll list the sitcoms that I liked from the 80s, that I watched during the 80s, but there were some shows that I watched in the 90s that were possibly from the 70s actually. Yeah, so from the 80s, here's the sitcoms I liked. Cheers. Golden Girls, Roseanne, there's a few that I can't think of the names of them, but the Alice is another one. She had worked in a diner. I used to watch that, but I don't know what decade that was set in. It might have been from the 70s or it might have been the 80s. MASH was kind of like a sitcom, so I used to love MASH in the 80s. Sitcoms, I'm just thinking of American sitcoms. So now if we go to the British sitcoms, then there's a lot to choose from. Number one would be Only Fools and Horses, but Blackadder wasn't really a sitcom, was it? Is it a sitcom? Yeah, it was a situation comedy. So yeah, Blackadder was. But I also loved things like Terry and June, which was like the early 80s. I loved Terry and June. I still do. Sorry, I used to like Sorry. There was one sitcom I really liked, and it was called Dear John. Dear John, and it was basically, it was about a Dear John letter. A bloke came home and found this letter, and it was just him trying to get his life together and meeting these. He went to a singles club, and America did a version of it as well. and there was a therapist who I think they were in therapy, like a group therapy, and they'd all do stuff. Like, it wasn't a singles club, it was a therapy or something. And then they'd go out and go out together, and just to get over the situation. It's something like that. But the person who led it, she'd have a catchphrase. So when someone was talking, she'd always say, and she'd pause and say, "Were there any sexual problems?" Well, that was what she said every single week. And there was a bloke that was dressed up as a teddy boy, and he was always making out he was really like groovy, but actually he lived at home with his mum, and he was not really what he made out to be. I'm gonna have a look. I wonder who played I know who played Dear John. So Dear John is a film. Okay, not that one. Dear John is a TV show. Dear John, British TV show. It starred Ralph Bates, written by John Sullivan, who also wrote Only Fools and Horses. Ralph Bates, Belinda Lang, Peter Denyer, Peter Blake, and Rachel Bell. Peter Blake. It was a Fonz type character. Oh. So he played a Fonz type character. Alright. Probably best known as the character Kirk St. Moritz. I don't know. Anyway, that was one of my favourite shows. Mr. Merlin, which was like a more kids program, but it was kind of a sitcom. I used to love Mr. Merlin. What other ones did I like? Blackadder. And I used to like Mr. Bean. Yeah, Mr. Bean was very funny. When it first came out, I used to like watching Mr. Bean. Creature Comforts, that's not really a situation comedy, but that was very funny. I mean, there was comedy shows that were situation comedies, but not in the same way, like Police Squad, and like those kind of. There was a couple of my favourite comedy shows. One of my favourite comedy shows was about 1986, called maybe 1987, Sledgehammer. Very funny show. I don't think it didn't really get the reception that I think it should have got. They played it really late at night in the UK, like 11, 12 at night or something, really late, maybe early hours of the morning sometimes. So it never got it should have been prime time. For me, it should have been like on a Friday, because Channel 4 used to have a Friday roster of American sitcoms, generally. So it'd be on from like maybe 8 until 10. Maybe 2 hours of sitcoms, or at least an hour. So you'd have Roseanne, you'd have Cheers, maybe The Golden Girls, and Home, what's that called? Oh, what's his name? He did a Home Improvements. Was that late 80s or was that early 90s as well? Might have been both. So I used to love watching them, all of them. There wasn't any, I watched every single one of them. If I had to choose, I'm going to choose it by country. If I had to choose, because I can't go above Only Fools and Horses. You know, I have to be loyal to my country. I have to be loyal to that. Only Fools and Horses is to me, the greatest comedy sitcom that this country's produced. It just not even about being funny. It's just from so many different angles, the feel good factor. But there's been so many in this country, loads of really great sitcoms, as there have been in America and probably every other country as well. We just don't get to see a lot of them. A bit more now with Netflix and streaming. So I'd probably go Only Fools and Horses and then Cheers for the 80s. However, I think we're going to skip forward a little bit. When did Frasier start? It was the 90s, wasn't it? So it was definitely, because Cheers was still going in the 90s. I think as far as it goes, Frasier is probably the best, for me, my personal opinion, as far as the jokes, the cleverness, the acting. Well, not mean the acting, but the whole thing is probably one of the best sitcoms ever in my kind of generation period. Kind of, but then if you go back, Taxi was phenomenal. It was very funny, but wasn't that like early 80s or the late 70s? Taxi was brilliant. Soap, a comedy called Soap, an American comedy. I first discovered that in the 90s. I don't know when it was made. Never seen it before, and they used to show it at like 5 in the morning. And it was an American show, and I don't know if it was from the 80s or the 70s. Hilarious show. Why would they hide it? Married with Children. A lot of these shows were on very late at night, so I didn't get to see them when I was a kid. Mork and Mindy, was that in the 80s? That was more 70s, wasn't it? Late 70s, maybe early 80s. So in the 80s, I'm going to say, as far as ones that I watched at the time, Cheers and Only Fools and Horses, I'm gonna say that they're even, because I adore both of those programs. Yeah, even now I can still watch episodes of Cheers. They're still showing them in the mornings, and I can watch them, and there's just a nice feeling watching a young Woody, watching a young Ted Danson, because now he's in a TV show on Netflix, and he's nearly 80 now, and he's still brilliant. He's still got that calming voice, and he's so, I don't know how old he is. Yeah, he's nearly 80. He's about 77, 76. So, well, it's kind of getting on to 80, but it's not, is it? But anyway, 76. And he's still great. He's just got a lovable character. He's a lovable, there's something about him. And I don't know what it is, but he's got it. Whatever it is, he's got it, and he's had it. And the fact that his career's still going, and he doesn't need to work, I'm sure, but he does it. He must love doing it. And I tell you what's good about him is he lets other people shine. He doesn't try and take the spotlight away from other people. He doesn't have to be, even though he is the star. It's Ted Danson. He's going to be the star of any TV show he's in. because he's a huge TV star. But he lets other people take. He's happy. He seems to just happy to let other people take the spotlight. I don't know. It's like he's a stooge almost. Like he's happy to be someone that they bounce off of. But yeah, he just comes across as really nice. It's a bit like George Clooney. He just comes across as a nice person. Kind of, even though he can be grumpy in some of his movies, but it just comes across as, I don't know. I know they're just, it's movies and they're actors. Just, who knows what they're like. What was the question? The question, what's your favourite sitcom from the 80s and why? So, Lucas, my two favourites from watching them, Cheers and Only Fools and Horses. I'm going to stick to those two. So, one for either side of the pond, as it were. So that's what I'm going to stick with. Thank you very much. Karen asks me, what decision or choice has had the greatest positive impact on your life? I would say probably 2006 January, deciding to start all this stuff that I'm doing that led to this. That was probably it changed my life, yeah, in quite a big way, because I decided I was going to start doing a free pain relief service locally in my local town, which I did, and that was fairly successful actually. It was for free, but I got some publicity and people were visiting my website and they started listening to my recordings. I started volunteering at 2 charities, doing relaxation groups. So everything was going really well, which then led me to going to university and becoming a counsellor, so that achieving something I didn't think was possible. At the same time leading with the YouTube videos and all that stuff over 18 years, nearly 19 years so far, to getting to the point where I've created thousands of recordings, different recordings of various lengths, but thousands and thousands of recordings. And according to some feedback I get, I've actually been useful. I've helped people, which is why I'm doing it. I really hope that I have. One of the decisions I would say, so that really changed my life, and in a positive way. I think another thing would be when I started doing the Let Me Bore You to Sleep podcasts, these ones, back in 2018. I needed to do something that had a little bit of a structure. I mean, you might argue that there's no structure to these at all, which is a good argument. But I think for me, the structure is just doing them. Having them with a number. I'm now at number 1,000 and I don't know what it is, 1,200 and something. So it's, or is it 1,251, I think. 1,252. Having that structure of something to focus on, which I found a way to do what I do, but without having to almost like reinvent myself every time I did it. It's a continuous thing. So if you listen to my podcast, if you listen to this podcast, Let Me Bore You to Sleep, 6 months ago, I might talk about stuff that happened 6 months ago or a year ago, and if you've been listening for a few years or a year, you'll know what I'm talking about when I'm referring to things that have happened. Now, some people won't know what I'm talking about because you might not have listened to me for as long as that. Some people might have been listening to me from the start, from 2018. Other people might be listening to me, and I know there are some that have been listening to me for like 17, 18 years. Listening to the various podcasts and videos I've done. And I don't know, it feels quite nice that I've maybe done something worthwhile with my life, because I really felt for the first 35 years I didn't really do much. I kind of just survived. I was working, then I wasn't working, then I was ill, then I was working, and I was in and out of relationships and moving around, multiple jobs, living in 50, 60 different places, and never settled. And I think this helped me to maybe settle a little bit. And I think doing regular recordings also helps me to get to know myself a little bit, to realise, the times when I destroy everything, or when I delete podcasts or delete websites or delete YouTube channels or things that I've done in the past, that wasn't really logged before. Now it's almost public knowledge for those that listen to the podcast, that is, or watch the YouTube videos. And because I'm sharing stuff like that, it's not like a private journal anymore like it used to be. I used to write journals. Because I'm kind of publicly doing it, it makes me think a bit more about my actions, I guess, and it puts, I scrutinise myself a little bit more and try and learn from what I've done. I don't know how much I've ever learned anything, but I do try. I'll give it a try. But what's given me the positive impact? Probably this, but also starting to Let Me Boy to Sleep in 2018. That's been a positive thing, I think. And I know you're asking for one, but I struggle with just giving you one answer. Getting Andre. I'm not going to talk about Vinny, but I'm going to talk about Andre because I wasn't going to get him. My friend downstairs offered me a little ferret. He said, my friend, he breeds ferrets and he's got another one coming. 2 are available. Do you want one? And I said, no. I said, yes, maybe. Then I said, no. So I thought, no, I ain't cleaning up after that little thing. Just no. Can't be bothered. Stink the flat out and just like, no. Well, when I saw him, he just happened to be, his friend was visiting, literally getting out of the car with this cage, going into my friend's flat, and my friend invited me in to have a look at them. Never seen a baby ferret before, and there was 2 of them. I fell in love with Andre the second I saw him. Just fell in love with him. And there was nothing I could have done to not have him. In fact, I would have. I was leaving that flat with him, whether they wanted me to or not, because my heart went for it. It was like we'd be. I don't know. There's a real connection there. He hated me, by the way. Andre absolutely didn't like me at all to start with. Loved me after about 3 weeks, but the first couple of weeks did not like me. He was planning my downfall. It was a bit like Roadrunner, the cartoons. He was constantly trying to trip me and constantly trying to set me up for a fall. But eventually he came to the understanding that he was stuck with me, and from then on I think he learned to love me. But what he taught me is, for the first time, unconditional love. So I didn't really understand it until I had him. And I realised that no matter what he did, I adored him. I absolutely adored him, no matter what he did. And he really pushed me to the limit sometimes. He destroyed things. He caused absolute mayhem sometimes. But I just adored him. I loved him. With every part of me, I just loved him. And I realised that, oh, so this is what they mean by unconditional love. And it seemed weird that it seemed like that was the first time I really felt that. I don't know why. Maybe it's because we lived together. I've never lived with anyone before. He was the first person. Well, I'd lived with someone, but I'd never lived with anyone like that. You know, like 24 hours a day or whatever, with each other for years. Never had that before. And he felt like it was almost like he was me, like he was part of me. And I said, I think it was the first time I actually did do a podcast called Andre Taught Me What a Ferret Taught Me Unconditional Love. And I truly believe that's true. Truly believe that's true. Or I could have just said, I believe that's true. Or I truly believe that's so. Don't have to be truly true. Don't need both of those truths in that sentence, do we? But hey, this isn't all about syntax, is it? So Andre had a huge impact. My friend downstairs, who's no longer here, he's one of the people, the human beings that has had the biggest impact on my life, in many different ways. Not all positive, to be honest, but he opened my eyes to certain things, and it was an education that I wouldn't have got anywhere else. I understand that lifestyle. I understand, you know, he went to great lengths to explain to me what he was going through and how he got to where he was. And again, that might have been unconditional love. I think it was, because I put up with a lot of real horrible stuff, and I still kept going back for more because I wanted to help him. I mean, I kicked him out of the flat a few times because of his behaviour, but I still answered the door when he knocked. And we fell out a few times. Not many times, but a few times we fell out. But we always made it up, and we hugged it out, and it was fine. But there was real love there. So I would say that was unconditional, because I'd never turn him away, and I would do everything that I could to help him. I kind of, you know, so I would say that was unconditional love. What was the question? What decision or choice? Right, that I did, so I've not really answered that. If I go back, so for me, it's what's led me to here, this moment now, making this podcast, and hopefully helping someone, at least one person. Just, I know, falling asleep. A lot of people would think, well, you bore people to sleep, whoopee-doo, big whoop. What's the use of that? Well, other people might argue that, you know, there is a use to it. It's all down to personal preference, isn't it? But I hope that what I do is useful. And so whatever led me to this, to doing what I do, is probably the thing that had the greatest positive impact on my life. So I'm going to go back to 1997 time, and my friend helping me. by letting me hang around the comedy club, and he'd give me food, and he gave me little bits and bobs to do. It wasn't a job, it was just, I was just helping out, but I could be there, and he'd let me use the computer, let me use the internet, because I didn't know anything about the internet until that time. I'd be able to hang around, I'd be able to have, stay in the evenings and have a cooked meal from the restaurant, and I'd have drinks if I wanted. I'd get to know the staff, get to know the comedians on a different level, rather than as a terrible performer that I had previously been. But what he really did was, I started to have a bit of self-belief for the first time, probably in my life, that someone actually believed in me, and he was the first person to tell me that he was proud of me. In fact, he's the only person ever to tell me that he's proud of me, like face to face. So that was quite powerful stuff, and I think from I don't know, from my perspective, to have someone say that to me, because I don't have a mother figure really. I haven't had that since I was 16, like a mother figure. But I've had a father. Well, I haven't had a father figure. I've had a father for a lot of my life. So probably the one thing I always wanted him to say to me, which he hasn't, and it's probably not, it's no one's fault, it's just it hasn't come up, I guess. And I think the fact is he's not. That's just a simple fact, because I don't live up to, it's not living up to, but I don't do what is normally expected, because I think, and there are millions of people out there that would think the same thing, that I'm just a waster, messing around, I'm not doing anything worthwhile, and I'm of no use. And a lot of people would think that, without really knowing what I do or understanding. And I don't think he really understands what I do, and I don't think, I tried to explain to him even 10, 12, 13, 14 years ago about doing the podcasts and making videos, and he said it's just a hobby to me. I said it's not. You don't understand, this is my life. This is more important than anything else I do. When I was at university, even for 3 years, what I was doing online, the videos I was making, the podcasts I was making, that was what I was focused on above everything else. Any job I've had has all been secondary to what I've been doing online. That's what I didn't mind living in crappy places, the same as when I did comedy. If I was able to do something I really enjoyed doing and I cared about, then I would happily have a low paid job with no money hardly and live in a really rubbish accommodation, if it meant I could give my energy to something that I enjoyed doing. When I found this, I was able to not just put my energy into what I enjoyed doing, but I found something that I enjoyed doing that meant something more than just something that I was enjoying. It was helping people, and that was the most important thing. So I found something that I could do. Now, I'm not a multi-skilled, multi-talented person. I don't really think I've got any talents or any skills really, but I can talk. I can talk absolute rubbish, but I can talk. Not everybody can just talk into a microphone like this. It might seem really easy, well, it is really easy, but it's not everyone's thing to do. And I just I don't know, it just, this, finding this was almost like I found me. But even after doing this for years and years and years, because I didn't start doing this till 2003, I started making recordings for myself for hypnosis. And in 2004, I was doing pain relief and hypnosis with friends and family. But it wasn't until 2006 that I actually started doing hypnosis with people that I didn't know, as well as making recordings and videos and stuff. There's a whole history to it. I've talked about it before, how it kind of chronologically occurred. And it all started really with my friend letting me spend time in the club, in the office. It gave me a few little odd jobs to do, but I'd stick around, and I just wanted to be, I needed to get out of where I was. I was living in a little room again, and I was going through a very difficult time, and he gave me somewhere to be. It gave me something to focus on that was outside of myself and my own problems. And it was in a comedy club, so it's in an environment that I loved. And he helped me. He paid for me to go and do an NLP course, a training, which then led me to do a hypnosis course. And he paid for me to get some books and stuff, and he encouraged me. In fact, he introduced me to NLP, didn't even know what it was. He's the one that told me about it. I was already into hypnosis by that time, but these were old hypnosis books. They didn't mention NLP. And then I realised NLP was very much connected to hypnosis, and so yeah, he supported me to sort of train in that stuff in the late 90s. He even supported me when I left London. I used to have the keys to his house. He just gave me the keys, like, "Oh, come and go as you please," basically. I never did, but there might have not been it. It might have just been some keys he found on the floor. But as far as I know, they were keys to his house. I used to house sit sometimes and look after his cat, occasionally when he was on holiday and stuff. But because I've moved away from London, so I used to go and stay with him sometimes when I'd come up to London. Even when I started university, when I finished university, or when I started university, during the year, he gave me some work in London so I could help to kind of cover my costs. So he let me work in the office a couple of days a week during, I think, the holidays or something, leading up to Christmas. He just did so much to help me. And then when I left, when I was coming, I'd done the second year of university, so I was a qualified counsellor. I still had 1 year left of university to get the degree. I wanted to be self-employed as a counsellor, and he financed that. He lent me money to start out. He's done so much. So if it wasn't for him, and I've told him this numerous times, and he doesn't like hearing it, because I think he just thinks I'm just being, I don't know, blowing smoke up his bum or whatever. But it's a term, like, just exaggerating. That's what that means, really. And I'm not. It generally, the person, there's lots of people I could thank that have helped me. We've all been helped by lots of people. I'd say we all, and I'm being generalising, but there's people that we don't even know that have helped us. I'm certain of that. we all go through life and we don't always know who's done the things that have helped us. Some people, it's obvious sometimes. It's like, well, it was her, it was him, it was them. Sometimes there's people behind the scenes. I don't mean conspiracy-wise, I just mean maybe someone's put a good word in. But you don't know that someone's done that. You know? Just... I don't know how... I know what I'm trying to say, but I'm not necessarily expressing it correctly. So... And if it wasn't for that, 1997, at the end of the year, well, it was kind of September time, 1997, my friend offering his hand out in friendship, although he was already my friend, but the reason he helped me, he told me later that he thought I was going to do something extremely daft, let's put it that way. He was worried about me. And that's why he offered a handout. His handout of friendship, and to sort of ask me to help him to do some stuff, and it changed my life, which then led, there was a period of time between which I didn't really do much. I was studying, but I didn't really do much as far as using anything. So I was learning hypnosis from 1998 January, studying it, buying books all the way through till January 2006. So what's that? That's 8 years, isn't it? That's 8 years where I didn't really do anything other than just read books. Did a little bit of practicing with family and friends, but didn't really do much at all. And then after 8 years, I decided, let's do something with this. Let's try and see if I could do something, help some people. So that's kind of the best decision I ever made, was that in 2006 January, because I then became focused. Before that, I had hundreds of books on hypnosis. I was an avid collector, and I was reading. It's not that I'm knowledgeable about the subject, it's just that I collected hypnosis books and all kinds of books and around psychology, NLP, philosophy, counselling. I had more counselling books before I did my counselling course than I had while I was doing my counselling course. Honestly, I read more books about counselling probably in the 90s than I did during my coursework, because I was really into Carl Rogerian and Gestalt therapy, Fritz Perls, and I just, because that was almost part of the things I was studying, the hypnosis and NLP and rapport and just having empathy, and Carl Rogers was kind of the king of empathy, kind of. So so it's not just one thing. So I would probably say, as far as this goes, the one major thing would be 2016 January. However, 2006 in January, but the 1997 September, if I hadn't, I think all my friend asked me to do is, did I want to paint a wall? I think that was all it was, or something like that. Or no, if it is cleaner, he needed a temporary cleaner for a week, I don't know, something like that. So I said, I'll help him out. And he needed something painted. And again, he was buying me dinner, and he'd in the evening buy me drinks or give me drinks. But it's almost like he was making stuff up for me to do, just to keep me busy, because he was worried about me. And I didn't know till quite a long time afterwards why he did it. He didn't tell me till, blimey, probably 10 years later. So yeah, and I wasn't going to go back, because I went there and it was a Wednesday evening, just turned up, and he came up. I was standing against the bar, and he came up to me and asked how I was, and I told him, and he looked at me like that's a bit too much information, because there was a lot going on. And he went away, and I thought, oh, I've probably annoyed him now. And he came back saying, oh, do you want to do this? Have you ever cleaned a toilet? And it went from there. And that led to me, he bought me lots of self-help audio tapes, because he was really into all that stuff himself, reading self-help books, self-help audio tapes, and I wouldn't have done any of that stuff if it wasn't for him. So he kind of mentored me, but without obviously doing it. It was very kind of not covert, but very subtle. You know, before I knew it, I had all these tapes listening to Tony Robbins and Zig Ziglar. I had all these tapes and these books that he was giving me. I was like, oh, it is changing me somehow. And I was still so far off where I needed to be, as I still am now. But, you know, where would I have been if I hadn't done that? Where would I be because I actually really thought, when I went home, I'm not going to turn up. He said, can you come back on Monday or whatever? I said, yeah, sure. And I was just going to not go. I had to fight internally whether or not to go or not. Whether or not to go or not. That's not even a proper sentence. But I ended up thinking, well, there's nothing to lose. Besides, I don't want to upset him. Because I used to like going in there. That was, during the 90s, that place was my favourite place to go. That was the only place I could go to socialise. And I didn't want to ruin that by breaking a promise to him. I mean, literally, it was the only place I could go in. I didn't get charged to go in. I could sit at the bar, have a drink of Coke and make it last all night if I wanted. And he'd buy me a drink usually when I went in there. Maybe some of the other comedians might buy me a drink. So if I didn't have any money. So it was, or the staff did. The staff got to know me. So it was kind of, I didn't want to give that up because it meant so much to me. And it was my favouriteest place I've ever been in my life. It was my favouriteest nightclub ever. I loved it a lot. Oh yes. So I didn't want to, as I said, I didn't want to give up on that. I had a lot of memories. And it's not around anymore, but I still got memories of it. Good memories. So that would be kind of the lead up. Even though I didn't do anything really, I didn't start doing, you know, the making podcasts or YouTube videos till 2006. The previous 8 years was leading up to that. Because if I hadn't done all that stuff, I wouldn't have just, I don't think I'd have woken up one day and said, oh, I think I'm going to do a podcast. Because if I had, I wouldn't know what to do a podcast about. Because I wouldn't know anything about hypnosis. So the fact that I'd been studying it for 8 years probably helped a little bit. Definitely. So yeah, I'm going to say both of those things had the greatest positive impact on my life. As far as what I've done, these are things that I've, as an adult. As a child, it's a harder one to answer. So I'm going to stick with the answers I've given. So it's a mix. It's kind of, you can't have one without the other. You can't have the 2006 one without the 1997 one. But at the same time, the 1997 one doesn't mean anything without the 2006. So otherwise I'd just still be reading hypnosis books and not have done anything with it. So, both equally. I mean, it's hard. Doing the free pain relief service, that changed my life. Doing the volunteering in the drug and rehab centres changed my life, because I was actually face to face with people, or in a group, leading a group. I'd never done anything like that before. I don't even know if I could do it again. But it was life-changing. So yeah, I'm going to say both those times, 97, which led to 2006. But without both those periods needed each other in order to function. And it's not like, well, if the past hadn't happened, then the future, this wouldn't. Obviously, that's true. But they're very, very strategic moments. Because without what I did in 97, I wouldn't have been able to do 2006. I think my voice is going now. I've been talking for too long. Wow. I have been talking for a while. Blimey. So that's it. So the next one, thanks Karen. Next one is Hillary. What's your plans for Christmas? It's nearly 20 to 11 in the evening. It doesn't feel like it's even 8 o'clock. That's what happens when you leave the house. Wow. What am I doing Christmas? I'll just be here. Be here, probably watching telly, taking Vinny out for little thingies that I'm not going to say out loud because he'll want to go out. Yeah, that's it. I don't really do much at Christmas. I might make a podcast. I might even go live, you never know. But that's probably the worst day to go live, because I know most people are busy. But yeah, I don't really have much in the way of plans. And if it was you, Hillary, that sent the treats for Vinny, please let me know so I can say thank you. I'll say thank you whoever sent them anyway, but just, let me know. Yeah, so not a lot really planned. I'm not going to see any family. I'm not going to see any friends. I might see a neighbour briefly if they're about. I might see them if they're around, but other than that, yeah, nothing. Just gonna watch a bit of telly. I will watch EastEnders. Definitely, I'll watch EastEnders at Christmas. Even if I don't watch it much during the year anymore, I always watch it at Christmas because it's always the best ones. They have some huge, massive storyline, so I might watch it as the lead up to Christmas just so I can enjoy it more. Possibly with Coronation Street as well. But outside of that, I did think about maybe going to midnight mass. Not midnight, but early evening. But I'll probably, yeah. I'm just gonna just do my thing here. There is some boxing on the lead up to Christmas. I think there's some boxing on Christmas Eve. and I think there's some boxing the day after Boxing Day. So some big fights. One is in Japan. Let me have a look. Boxing schedule. So okay. What was that? Friday today? Sadrin Akunov, Antonio Vargas. Oh, that's today as well. Oh, that's on. So that'll be on early hours of the morning. So I'll watch that. So December the 14th. What? Saturday, Sunday. I didn't know that. Javonte Davis, Tank Davis, is fighting Saturday in Toyota in Texas. So that'll be early hours of the morning on Sunday morning, which means, and it's on Amazon Prime. I'm going to be watching that. I'm going to be getting up very early to watch that. Wow, that's exciting. That's good. Come Christmas, you've got. I'm just going to skip to the. There's stuff coming up. Saturday, so Sunday the 15th, Dillian White's fighting, so that's his Sunday. That's in Gibraltar, so that'll probably be about UK time, give or take an hour or so. So that's something to look forward to this weekend. Then Saturday the 21st, it is the Tyson vs Usyk 2. That's a big old show. And right, so that's 20. Let's move off from there. December 24th, yeah, I knew it was sometime. December 24th, Inui is fighting in Japan. So he's one of the pound for pound greats at the moment. So he's fighting, and that'll be on. They usually show that on Sky Sports. Because it's in Japan, it starts about 8 o'clock in the morning. Brilliant for me. So that's on December 24th. That's Christmas Eve. Yippee dippy doo doo. To be able to have Christmas Eve and have a major boxing fight on. And those Japanese fights, they're all so good. Everyone's on the bill is good. Even the ones I've not heard of them, but they're just all proper. Generally lightweights, like quite low weights, you know, featherweight and lightweight and stuff, but it's really good. So that's on. And then Monday the 30th, so admittedly that is after Christmas, but Ryan Garcia's fighting. It's an exhibition fight because he's been banned, but that'll be good to watch. So yeah, basically I would say that, so forgetting next year, there's lots of fights coming up next year. But December the 21st, and then December the 24th. So the Saturday and then the Tuesday. So, yeah. And then the last day before Christmas, I don't know. Is it 30 days or 31 days in December? But the Monday the 30th. So Christmas Eve, there's boxing. Brilliant. That's good. I'm looking forward to that. So that'll be the next couple of weeks. There's a lot of boxing on. So I'm pleased. I'm very pleased indeed. Very much so. I mean, there's loads of stuff on. There's a lot of stuff on this coming week. Wow. How weird. Natasha Jonas, December 14th. Jamie Munguia. Again, is one of my favourite boxers. That's Saturday. It's too much. There's too many really good fights on. It's really weird. How strange. Amazon Prime. Wow. So basically, on the 14th to Saturday, which is tomorrow, there's the WBA lightweight title of Gervonta Davis. The same bill, there's the WBC featherweight title, Brandon Figueroa against Stephen Fulton too. And on the same bill, WBC junior welterweight title, Alberto Puella against Sandor Martin. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3 world title fights. Blimey. That's pretty impressive. So that's not really answering your question, is it? Sorry. Christmas, outside of boxing, if I get the chance to watch some boxing, I'm just going to relax. I'll phone up family and friends or whatever just to wish them happy Christmas. Outside of that, I'm just going to chill out, make sure I've got enough food in for Christmas period, and then just relax. Try and I don't even know, did I even do any weights today? I don't think I have. I think it's been another one of those days when I didn't do any weights. That's terrible. I might have done, I can't remember. That's the thing, if I lose my routine, it just gets weird, because I've had a routine where I do weights and then I take him out. Then I do weights again and I take him out. Every time I take him out, I do some weights first. I've got a routine of weights, like weight training, and he spent some time with a neighbour this week, and I went out today, and the other day I've been in and out dealing with my neighbour, and it's all gone a little bit pear-shaped. So hopefully from tomorrow I could get back into some kind of routine. I mean, I didn't even make any recordings since Sunday. That's the first time I haven't done a Monday boring objects or a Tuesday's trivia Tuesday for quite a while. So, and it is me. Done. Done. So thank you, Hilary. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Dimitri. And someone else also. Thank you. Really? Why are you hiding? Who sent me I didn't have someone else to start with. Ben. Of course, I started with Ben all those hours ago. Thank you, Ben. Because you're not on the normal list. It's a separate post. And I lost you for a second, but I found you. So thank you, Ben. Thank you, everyone, for your questions. And I'm going to go. So I will do this again next Friday, which will be 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It'll be 20. So it'll be the Friday before Christmas. So the next Q&A after that will be after Christmas. 15, 16, 17, 18, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, 27th. I'm so glad I got fingers. I just saves getting a calculator out, doesn't it? Putting new batteries in. Do you remember the old the old calculators with the solar energy disc things? We used to get them at school. Do you remember them? Blimey. The technology was really advanced back then. Really, when you think about it. I'm talking about when I was at school in the 80s. Well, okay, in the 2000s. I'm only 25. Anyway, thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. Be gentle with yourself. Lots of love. Bye. relax in a more deep and meaningful way, maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I'll find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I'll just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, pressed the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really, it was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. noticing that your mind has slowed down. Slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Drip in out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, 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 so very deeply. Relax so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. noticing the feelings in the back of your neck. The feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body. Are also feeling peaceful. Deeply there's a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing. So very slow. Your stomach. Peaceful in your stomach. Notice how relaxed you now feel in the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles. Your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body. Tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. Letting go, really letting go. just wandering away. Happy to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go. Even more. Peaceful. Enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice. Your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. Total peace. Calm. So calm. Letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the Pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely, moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth, your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck, focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back, the top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser. The muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips, so down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. As you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. And that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. Focusing now on your hands. Your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace. It just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels fingertips. Moving your attention to the front of your body. So comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, all those muscles in your thighs. Your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely
peaceful, so calm, so peaceful. So calm. So peaceful, so calm, so peaceful, so relaxing, peaceful, so calm. Allowing that deep relaxation to spread to your chest and your stomach. So relaxed. Letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps, and each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Twenty. 19. 18. 17. 14. 13. 12. 11. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. As you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you'll become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4. 3. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like You're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically, the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip and then goes down to your knee joint. Now, this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins and your calf muscles and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs. Shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway, so maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible, absolutely amazing things. Your ankles are truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. As, in fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, but they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And as you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. Even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course, you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So, no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing muscle in your body effortlessly. And just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. As you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each Starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. This is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension, you take that away, which is what we do, what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason, no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. It's very, very easy easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity will turn around and stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. And if you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 19. 18. is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down. To give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words. And as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything, every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also what will happen. Because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. Let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focus in on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mixed together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session, so none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head, not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good, it's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. this is a very trusting situation, really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. There's a massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in, to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of kneading, if you wish, to really release release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand. Just holding your hand in both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate. And it can feel nice, and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist, stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently, massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. Starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards, so massaging your back, but the outsides of your back, the parts where your arms would maybe rest against. Almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine, from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the two fingers and just go either side of the spine, and almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine, each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. to one side, to your right side, and from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis. I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I'll pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side, and to the middle, in fact, to where your spine is. Massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. And massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. Pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. There's a mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area up to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest, because it's all connected. The chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area, really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm gonna go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers, digging deep. To your ankles and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow the pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. And moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle and to your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, I'm just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed, and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently. The sides of your neck, your chin, and just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next, moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. And then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, from just below your arms all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side gently, massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then I move round to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button. And then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them. And I can do this two legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees. Sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. Moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot. The top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes. Massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling so deeply relaxed. So much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles in your mind. There are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down. All the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening to me after a while. And even though there may be background sounds where you are, you'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. But you may start to just not even notice them at all, because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further easy, so simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. First candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, Candle. 4. Candle 53. those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off and feels so nice. Knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything and just completely just like magic, really. Because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor. You start to get in touch with the feelings of focus on your mind. Maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you, and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind, and your life, to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit, opening and closing your hands very gently, just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel, with very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs. And I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Noticing and observing how your thighs feel right now. sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, slow down. Including the thoughts in your mind and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. When you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings, all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins. The bones, buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back. It almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back comes along. That feeling in your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously, there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. Of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same, whether you're a man or a woman. There's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest. Being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. When I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay.